Hi, welcome on our stream. Today I will, of course, continue to make those spats. Okay, this is max zoom out, and also focus continues autofocus. Okay, so I will, of course, continue to make those spats. I will attach the buttons on the other one, and then last thing to do will be to take care of these straps in here. I'm not sure about finishing those edges because I was already trying to use this and that doesn't work very well. I'm not sure, maybe I'm just using this wrong, so I guess I will just I will first of all look on the internet how to actually use this. And maybe I have to finish this, like do some other stuff to start finishing this. Maybe some sandpaper or something. Yeah, this I will take care of this later. And first, as always, I want to do some writing practice. And yeah, I think I want to start finally the next lesson. I think for now I'm done with that. So, lesson 6. Each practice period should begin with review of position, careful study of arm, fingers, pen holding, and practice of preceding movements. Yeah, without touching the pen to the paper. Preliminary drills. Okay, preparatory motion. Read the following carefully until thoroughly understood. It is of special value for beginners. Before making the oval drill, attempting any part of it, move the pen in the air rapidly over path of first oval several times while doing this. Form building. Compact oval is the repeated form of large capital O. Constantly in mind. Mind and muscle should work in perfect harmony to secure best results. Do not guess about speed, but use a watch. Be sure that the speed is neither too fast or too slow, but such as will make 200 compact ovals to a minute. So yeah, this was correct. I was unsure about this wording of downstrokes per minute, but yeah, it's like entire oval. So downstrokes and upstroke. 200 per minute. Do not guess about speed. Use a watch, and I'm using the metronome. If oval is too wide, nearly circular motion. On the other hand, if the oval slants too much, it's because downward strokes were made towards the left shoulder instead of center of the body, providing that instructions relating to position have been strictly followed. And yeah, drill number 3. When people make the ovals fairly well, I'm not sure if I would consider my making of ovals as fairly well, but I do want to at least try to move to the next step, because otherwise I'm afraid that I will be just stuck on those first couple of lessons forever. Okay, muscular movement. The oval given above R26 of an inch, R12/16 of an inch high. 12/16. Like how much is that? Where do I have measuring tape? (12/16 of an inch high). This is 4, 8, 16, 16, 4, so wait, so 12, 12 16ths, so 1/3, right? Yeah, divided by 4, 3/4. Why are they like representing 3/4 like that? 12 16ths. Anyway, this is roughly 18 millimeters, maybe something between 18 and 19. And my lines, I believe, are 2 centimeters. So I guess this is close enough. Actually, they are 19 millimeters. Somehow. Also, I don't know if this is entirely accurate because of this this ending in here. No, they are 2 centimeters. Okay. So, this I think is close enough in size. 12 16ths. Letter and the letters in word mine are about 1/12 as high as one. What? The ovals given above are 12 16ths of an inch high. So this is 12 16ths. And the what was that? And the letters in word mine, called minimum letters, are about 1/12 as high, 1/12 as high as 1/16 of an inch. What? I think I'm too stupid for that. About 1/12 as high as 1/16 of an inch. Thus these ovals are 12 times as high as in the minimum letters. What? I'm supposed to write this 12 times smaller? Do I understand this correctly? Am I reading this correctly? 16ths, 12. Thus these ovals are 12 times as high as minimum letters. There is no way. Like 1/16 of an inch. There is no way you could write something in the height of 1/16 of an inch. Hello, Eastside. I have no idea what that means. Like, if I actually measure this, let's see, this smaller line, so this would be like 6/16, and this is about like 12, maybe 13 millimeters, and this is about 5 millimeters, maybe a bit smaller than 5 millimeters. Yeah, there is no way this is supposed to be like that. And I don't know what is like the actual size. Maybe they meant 1/6. But how do you divide 1 inch into 6? Like, this is not a standard measurement. Like, standard measuring tapes or rulers don't have like 1/3 divisions. And so, reading further, thus ovals should be 12 times as high as minimum letters. Yeah, this makes completely no sense. 12 times. I have no idea what would be the like actual value, what they actually meant. To make letter M and N rounds at the top over motion, the over motion must be used and make connective lines of I and E. Use under motion. Use of under motion is necessary. The speed should be such as will permit good formation, produce sharp, clear-cut lines. Okay, I assume this is supposed to be the full height of the capital letter, and somewhere in here I believe there are samples of writing. And yeah, this is let's see, this would be the capital letter. This is about 13 millimeters, and let's see in here, this is about 4, so about 1/3 of the height. It is distinct advantage to study frequently at this stage, lesson 15, 16, 17, 20, practice drills. Okay, so let's start writing that at definitely not 1/16 of an inch high of height. And first, of course, I will make a line of the ovals, as they say you should before every practice. How about the amount of ink in here? It's very good. So, let's start. Okay, that should be enough. And now let's start with actual words for the first time. And yeah, when I was trying this, trying to learn previously, I didn't get to that point. So that's like actually first time. And first word is mine. Yeah, I'm trying to write how I usually write, which is just stopping and putting a dot in the middle of the word. No, this is not correct. I don't know, maybe I should start a bit slower and then build up speed, because you are not supposed to write it slowly, because then the lines are not very sharp. But at the same time, I'm just not doing this very well. I'm like unsure about my next movement. So for now, without the metronome. Yeah, this will take a while. I'm basically, yeah, 84 hours later. I basically have to unlearn how I was writing up to this point, because I'm like kind of intuitively try to write as I'm normally writing, because I'm writing actual words, and I'm not supposed to write like that. I'm supposed to write like this, which is different. Like different set of motions. So yeah, this actually should take much less time than previous practices, because I'm putting much less ink on the paper. So previously on previous days I was doing this practice for about an hour every day, and now it will definitely take less time. I know. Okay, let's try moving slowly. This one was maybe kind of good. And also I'm not doing the correct slant. I'm always making a mistake on the letter N, because I'm kind of getting used to writing M, and then instead of N I'm trying to write M again. And the problem is that I don't have time to think. This entire word has to be written in one smooth motion. So I basically have to like have a mental image of the entire word before I start writing. This is definitely like very big difference in difficulty between the drill 2 and drill 3. Okay, I will try to slow down again. Yeah, that's not going very well. That was nice. That was also nice. And that was not so nice. So yeah, it was going fairly well, and the last one was a bit less well. Maybe I will write one more page, because this seems a bit too quick. So I guess this will be just numbering pages. So this will be page number 11, or sheet number 11. And I guess now I can go with uses. Let's see. And after that, I'm supposed to still do this. Do they actually say anything about uses? Uses, practice now, written well, should be reviewed frequently. To make M and N. Okay, and the word uses and cell under motion is used, forming the first letter and letters as well as connective lines. Under motion is used. Did they explain like under motion and other motions? Taking its motion from building. I feel like there is just a massive jump in difficulty. It kind of feels like those memes about writing, about drawing. What was that? A horse or an owl? I think a horse. Like, you know, like draw one oval, draw another oval, draw the rest of the horse. Okay, I guess something like this. Not like this. Okay, this is starting to look like letter G. So I don't think this is very good form. Yeah, it should be more down in here. No. S. I feel like mine was much easier. I'm getting so concentrated on like form of the letters themselves that I'm not actually even sure if I wasn't using my fingers, and at least some portion of this. And also, for reference, that's how I would normally write this. Now I can't even write normally. Use this. So yeah, I'm not connecting this at all. I'm like actually lifting my pen. I'm thinking too much. I am thinking too much. There is too much thinking involved in the creation of the word, and because of that, in the middle of the word, I'm hesitating, and as soon as I hesitate, the entire word is useless. It's ruined completely. Okay, there were couple of fairly good attempts. Like maybe this is kind of good. It's not perfect because this, like in here, this line is a bit too high, is going too much into the S. Or maybe this part of the S is going too low. But overall, I guess this is one of the better attempts. So yeah, I will leave this at that, and I guess that will be it for the for today's writing practice. This was really massive jump in difficulty. 23. 24, 22. Okay, this is done. Now this and this. So I have to, in here, attach the buttons. This part, this spat so far is looking fairly good. This still requires some ironing, but when I actually put this on my foot, it looks reasonable. Okay, so now in here. The camera could maybe go a bit higher. And also I have to turn on the recording. I would forget about that. Again. And one more. Oh yeah, this one is fine. Manual focus. And let's get started. Oh, great. Oh no, that's fine. I thought that I went like under here somehow, maybe. Hello, Atom. Okay, one is ready. Now, will this be enough for another one? Should be enough. Looks like there is an ad going on. And yes, should be over. So let's see. I was trying to stay positive for the new year 2026. Got up at night and discovered a puddle. I have a leak in the roof. I also have a leak in the roof. And we have no idea where that leak is. Like there is clearly water on the ceiling in here when it's raining quite a bit, but my father got on the roof multiple times and he said that he couldn't find anything, and then I went on the roof and I also couldn't find anything. Like everything seems fine from the top. The water just magically appears out of nowhere. So yeah, leaks in the roof could be quite problematic. I want to pretend it never happened and wait for the next rain in a few months to worry about it. Yeah, I always stop worrying about it when it's not raining. And then when it's raining, I'm worrying a bit, a very little bit, because I actually have a puddle on my floor. And then it's not raining, so I don't worry again. Life is too short to worry about stuff like leaking roof. Or something like that. Okay, now for pins in here. Overall, I think that assuming that it won't be raining is pretty good approach to leaky roof. You make me feel better about it. I have too many important things. I can't derail for another hopeless search for a leak. Yeah, in my case, I have completely no idea where could it be. There is a possibility that the leak is in a completely different space where than when it's leaking on the ceiling on the inside, because on the inside I have a crack in here in my beautiful ceiling, about here. Okay, here, like this. It's hard to point like that because my finger is now pointing in a completely different direction than what you see on the camera. But yeah, I have a crack in here, spanning from about here to the wall in here, and that could be the reason why it's leaking in here and not somewhere else. Maybe it's like leaking in a completely different part of the roof, like the opposite side of the roof, and then the water is traveling through some cracks and like open spaces, or maybe not even necessarily open, but some like cracks, crevices, and other stuff like that. The water is just traveling through any kind of open channel and ending up on this crack. So yeah, it is quite possible that I'm looking even in a completely incorrect spot when I'm trying to find that leak. It does not rain often where I live, maybe once in 7-9 months. In that case, I would just not fix it at all. Probably. On those rare occasions, you can just put a pot under the leak or something. A bowl. And here it rains a bit more often, but not every time it rains it leaks. I think that that the roof in here is leaking only on quite heavy rain. Or maybe it's on a long rain, because there is a possibility that like this some kind of a space between the surface of the ceiling and surface of the roof is saturating or filling up, and then only after it fills up, it starts leaking in here. That's my very scientific theory based on guessing. So I guess just a definition of hypothesis. Let's both forget it and focus on completing our significant tasks. I don't have significant tasks. All of my tasks are insignificant. Okay, maybe, I guess fixing my heating is kind of vaguely significant. I have to finally add lock shield valves to all of the radiators at home. Because none of... Okay, there are a couple of radiators that do actually have lock shield valves, but most of my radiators don't have anything. And I was like talking with my father about it recently, and he said that initially they didn't have any sort of valve. Like it was just normal straight pipe on both on the how do you call the non-return pipe, like source pipe, on the let's say source pipe, and on the return. And only my father actually installed some valves on the source pipe, but this is not enough. Like lock shield valves on return are definitely absolutely necessary, and I don't have them, and that's why heating in my house is not working very well. So, after this heating season, I will have to take care of that. And I think I will have to do that completely myself. Because I tried to depend on my father for this. I tried to ask him to finally take care of this. And he was always saying that, yeah, we'll take care of this later, we'll take care of this later, and then when there was absolutely last possible time to take care of this, and then he said that it's too expensive and too complicated. So we didn't do that after all. So yeah, now when the springtime comes, I think I just won't ask at all and just from the start take care of this completely myself, because otherwise it just won't be done. My dad installed a heater, but we never used it because he began to feel the dust. Dust may ignite. Installed a heater, but never used it because... What kind of heater? Like, heater is just something that produces heat, and that description fits quite a few different things. Fear that the dust may ignite, heater and blower. Like a water heater or something? Or a furnace? Or a space heater? It's a metal box inside a closet. It has metal coils that heat and under fan. And under a fan blows over heat coils. Through the aluminum ducts in the rooms. So, like kind of an electrical furnace. Would this ignite? I don't think like that the temperature would be significant enough that it could ignite something. Like I assume you mean in the ducts, and the air ducts, that it would ignite the dust in there. Like I assume it could ignite stuff actually on the coals themselves, because they do obviously get quite hot. So if the coals themselves would be quite dusty, then it could ignite that stuff. But like past this heater itself, it shouldn't be very warm. Like should be warm, but not very super hot. So the coals can gather dust and it may burn. It's an air conditioner with heater. Air conditioner. And like air conditioner with heater. So it means that the heating is also handled by the air conditioning part. So it's so basically like a heat pump, because in that case there is literally no possibility of this catching fire, like this igniting anything, because it's not that big of a temperature. Like I'm using something like that in here. I am using air conditioner with heating function. I don't think I ever saw air conditioner in here, like this split type air conditioner, because I know that there are multiple types of air conditioners. But in here, the like standard type is split, mini split. So yeah, that's what I'm using for I guess half of the heating in here. And now it's not actually running. I should turn it on, because pretty soon I expect that my father will go home, and then I won't have heating from the radiators. So yeah, what was I saying? Right, I don't think I ever saw mini split air conditioner that doesn't have heating function, because it's like super easy to do. From the manufacturer perspective, you're basically just running this cooling cycle in reverse. You know, this refrigerant in reverse. So instead of compressing on one side, compressing on the outside and decompressing on the inside, it's compressing on the inside and decompressing on the outside. So yeah, if this is powered like that, if the heat is produced through the air conditioning action, I don't think there is any possibility that it could burn anything. it could set fire to any kind of dust, because it doesn't actually produce that kind of that kind of heat. It's like those coils don't get that hot. If it was like some kind of air conditioner with some auxiliary heat, so it would have also resistive coils that would heat up, then it would be a concern, because those are, I assume, always quite a bit hotter. But air conditioners, like they are supposed to have as low of the temperature difference between the cold side and hot side as possible, because that increases efficiency. So it is just depending on very big surface area of those fins, very big surface area of the coils. Air conditioners are actually called heat pumps, exactly as you said. The reversing of air conditioner is heating. Yeah, I know that it's exactly as I said. That's why I said it. Honestly, I can't be certain. Simei does the type that maybe say something like that, so we do not waste money on heating. Okay, fair enough. It is very efficient, and the heat pump as a heating source is very efficient, but it's still not free. So it's of course always cheaper not to use some kind of heating than to use it. And here, like at my house, I think that my air conditioner in here, my heating of this workshop with the air conditioner, is one of the biggest sources of energy consumption. If not the biggest source of energy consumption. And yeah, I guess air conditioner could be called a heat pump, but like I don't know what is the actual definition of a heat pump, but I feel like just like defining by vibes. I think for something to be called a heat pump, it has to be bigger than an air conditioner. It has to be more of a full, like central, full home heating solution. Because, you know, the air conditioner is the same technology as fridge, but I don't think anyone would call air conditioner a fridge. It's analogous to a battery, basically separate two potentials, quote. You do this via a pressure-dependent chemical reaction. I don't think pressurized gas line connecting the two. I don't think this makes anything easier to understand. If anything, I would think that it kind of makes stuff more confusing. Like when I have to explain to someone air conditioners and heat pumps, I always go for to someone very non-technical, like how do heat pumps work. I always go for the for analogy of heat as water level. So if you take two pots and one has like let's say 4 liters of water, and other one has the two same pots, because one could be very could have very large circumference, and other one could have very small. So there could be a difference in the water level, but two same pots, and one would have very little water, like let's say half a liter, and one would have a lot of water, 4 liters of water. If you connect them, so it would be the water is representing the heat. So if you connect them, same as you would open a window. Same as you would open the window, the water, so your heat would go from like more filled pot, from those 4 liters of water, to the pot with half a liter of water, so you would lose heat. But if you take a mug or some kind of other vessel, then you can actually take water from the pot that has less water, and put this this very small amount of water into the pot that has more water. I'm coding of thermodynamics. So yeah, in that case, analogy, this kind of mug or something, or some other kind of vessel, would be basically the the heat pump, because it allows you to take heat from area that has less heat and put it into the area that has more heat. Great music, by the way. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I'm always running the same playlist, the station, I think it's called, on Pretzel, the classical music. I think just classical. Actually, it doesn't say in here. Where would that be? Stations. It's somewhere. I don't know where it is. Okay, it's here. So yeah, just classical. Station, classical, and pretzel. I guess that's not really useful because nobody apart from content creators is using pretzel. I guess it would be kind of overpriced for using it as a streaming service. Okay, that's enough. Then another one. And yeah, so that's the analogy I'm usually using for non-technical people. And if someone is technical enough to understand the analogy with a battery, then I'm just going for like normal explanation, normal simplified explanation, I guess. That you know. Most, I think most, I'm not sure if all of the like all of the fluids are behave like that, but at least most of the fluids, if they are compressed, they become hotter, and if they are decompressed, if they lower the pressure, they become colder. So if you put some kind of fluid in a loop and compress the fluid on one side of the loop and decompress it on the other side, and then you cool down the compressed side, the decompressed side becomes cooler than the ambient temperature. And the other way around, of course. If you heat up the cool side, then the warm side becomes warmer. course. Teacher was he couldn't get fired, chose not to teach the year to revenge on the head of department. I don't recall having course like that at all. And also in my technical school, I also didn't have physics, practically at all. Like I had some physics in the first year, because on the first year the curriculum is basically kind of the same between all of the different kinds of schools. Well, 3 different kinds of schools. So high school, technical school, and I don't know how to translate the third one. Actually, I'm not sure if the curriculum is the same in the third school, but definitely in high school and technical school, it is roughly the same. So yeah, I did have all the like standard courses, standard subjects in my first year of technical school, but it wasn't very like in-depth or anything. And depending on the teacher, there just wasn't a lot of value at all on some of the courses. So yeah, physics was one of those things that I just didn't learn at all in my technical school, and then on university, on one of the courses, or maybe a couple of the courses, it was like kind of expected that you would learn some of that stuff already at high school or at technical school. And I had no idea what was going on. Luckily, the lecturer still did a review of all the basics, so I could follow all of the stuff that was said. At least mostly. And I don't think that this lecture actually taken into account that someone just could not have physics in this like middle level of formal education. It was just for people from high schools. Because he was actually saying that that most of the time, like people from technical schools were a bit more knowledgeable about that stuff, about all of the like technical stuff, you know, like technical school after all. So yeah, they were a bit more knowledgeable, a bit more like accustomed with all of that stuff. They knew a bit more, but that was about like electronics, about students that finished technical schools with on the electronics profile, and I finished technical schools with IT profile. So that like I didn't count. Okay, that's enough in here. So yeah, I practically didn't have any physics in technical school, and then on the university there was a course called physics, but it wasn't like super advanced or super in depth, because it was also like coming from the assumption that you would know a lot of the material from the previous school. So I wasn't doing very well on that course. So as a result, I would say I have practically zero formal physics education. I have to fix that someday. I have to do a review, or like actual view, not even actual view of the actual learning of all of the basics of physics, to actually be at least a little competent in that. I do have some knowledge about physics, but it's not a very like full knowledge. It's basically just random bits of knowledge that I found useful with some projects or with some other stuff that I was researching. So, like, of course, it's like even after like learning all the standard curriculum of like physics education, it wouldn't be a complete knowledge, because I don't think there is anyone like alive, and even it's probably impossible to have a complete knowledge of physics. But I mean, it would be a more general knowledge of physics. Because right now I only have very specific knowledge of physics. Like my knowledge only covers some very small subset of stuff that's generally taught on physics lessons. You will be fine. Physics is a background knowledge. You don't need to know any chapter in it until you have to know to solve a problem relating to it. I'm not sure about that. I do find, maybe not super often, because and I don't research stuff like that super often, but I know that there are quite a few subjects that just assume being well versed in physics as a prerequisite to actually learn that specific subject. And also there is also a case of just me wanting to know physics. Not necessarily to use it for something, as just to know stuff, to be competent about stuff. And also it is quite useful and just I don't know if I would call this like everyday situations, but analyzing how the stuff behaves, it's good to have some intuition that stems for some like fairly good understanding of physical laws. Like for example, the fact that heat transfer is dependent on the surface area and the difference of temperature. And you could say that it's obvious, but it's not necessarily obvious. Like many people could be unsure about existence of some other factors. Like they could. I was even speaking with my father about in-floor heating, and he was unsure about like how does this relate to the radiators. And I know that the heat transfer is dependent on the surface area and the difference in temperature. So I knew that the in-floor heating is basically just a big radiator, so that's why it can have the same kind of heating output with lower temperature of water in there. Douglas Giancoli, physics books are fun to read. I do actually have some physics books. Like physics books are actually the only books I bought during my time at the university. These are the maybe not like just during university, but related to the university. These are the only books that were suggested at some kind of university course that I actually bought, and I actually even looked into them, like inside of those books, and they were written by like Halliday and someone else. I don't remember the authors. I'm pretty sure at least one of the authors was Halliday. Not sure. I don't remember the name, like the first name. But yeah, those are the books that I actually have on my bookshelf. So someday I could actually look inside. Yeah, Resnick or something. Yeah, something like that. I'm pretty sure. Resnick. I think there was an I, and the second half, Resnick. I studied a guy named Paul A. Tipler. And I definitely would also like to learn a bit more, or learn at all, about control systems. Like, you know, all of those PIDs and other stuff. Is it PID? Like, yeah, I think PID controller. Because I had a subject like that, a course like that at the university, and this was one of the courses that I was so frustrated with. It was very difficult, and it's not that that the subject itself was difficult, as that the course was difficult. And it was like designed. It was made in such a way that it was completely useless. And I remember that I failed first time, as I think most of the PID, as I think I believe most of the year, most of other students. And then when I was finally actually properly studying to all of the exams from that, I was frustrated because I found this subject quite interesting, quite useful, and I was thinking that I would like to actually learn how all of that works. I would like to understand that, but I don't have time to understand that because I have to study to the exam, and yeah, like the fact that I had to study for the exam to the exam about control systems was preventing me from actually learning how control systems work. Because it was one of those like courses. Like, I guess most of the courses are like that. On the course, it's the course is dealing only with the basics, or at least starting from the basics. So you are learning how to calculate stuff, how to find a solution to some kind of equation, some kind of very basic problem, and you are learning all of those methods of calculating stuff, and you don't know what you're actually calculating. Like, you know how to solve a problem, how to solve an equation, but you don't know what this equation is used in. Like, how to use this equation. So yeah, I ended up knowing how to draw all of those graphs and solve all of the equations and do other stuff, but I didn't know how to implement any of that. So my like heating system, I guess heating system, my control of the thermoelectric actuator. Yeah, thermoelectric actuator. So this is the stuff that you put on your valve on the radiator, and it's controlled electrically. So yeah, that I'm still controlling with the equation the judge made, basically, or derived by eye, or just based on an equation that I just guessed. Because I know how to solve equations, but I don't know how to use anything. If I was a lecturer on a course like that, I would first start from like presentation of some actual implementation of that. So like, I don't know, let's say a robot arm, because this typically uses stuff like that, or some kind of like moving platform that would be using some kind of controllers. And yeah, I would start from presenting how that works, what are the goals with that, like what are the goals that you want very little oscillations and very little oscillation and other things like that. And then I would move on to like actually implementing that in code or in some kind of like analog circuits. And then only after that I would go in detail into calculating stuff, because otherwise if you're doing this other way around, so starting from all of the theory, all of the calculations and all of the mathematical stuff, you learn how to do math, but you don't understand what you're counting, what you're calculating. You don't have any kind of connection. You don't understand what you're doing. And if you start from the actual goal, then you actually know what this equation that you're calculating is used for. Like not understanding what we are actually doing. I was talking about this with other students, and it was the case for every student I talked to. Like everyone, like I would talk to them about some of that stuff, some of those equations, and they would all understand how to calculate them, how to find all of the solutions and stuff. But when I asked what this is used for, nobody could answer that. Nobody knew how like what any of that is used for, how you would implement all of that stuff or any of that stuff. Okay, I went a bit overboard. That's a bit too thick. Now it should be fine. So yeah, I would like to learn that myself without any kind of pressure from exams that I have to study to. I would like to learn this someday at my own pace, and I would like to, during my learning, my studying, I would like to start with an actual goal, with some actual project. And work backwards towards the basics. Or I guess I wouldn't even call it backwards. I think starting from the basics is backwards. There are some good courses online now, thanks to COVID. I know that there were some good courses online on YouTube, for example, even before COVID. Like I remember that on this course, on my course at the university, actual lecturer was suggesting watching some videos from some guy on YouTube. How was he called? Like, what was his name? Some Douglas something? I don't remember. But yeah, I do remember that there was some guy with YouTube channel dedicated pretty much exclusively to all of this control systems theory. And I'm pretty sure it was a bit better, a lot better than my actual course at the university. And actually, even that lecturer at the university said that you can probably learn like better by watching this course on YouTube. By watching the channel of this guy on YouTube, then watching then attending the lectures of that lecturer. I think Douglas was the author of Control Book. Yeah, so it is quite possible that that's his channel. So this is done. So now I guess I can take care of these straps. Try to take care of these straps. Maybe I should actually Google how to use this stuff properly, or just in general how to finish leather edges properly. Okay, leather edges. And if the instructor was bad, I would show up to class, but I just take notes from the textbook during class time. I just wasn't showing to classes. I wasn't showing up to classes. And yeah, I wouldn't even say that like the lecturer or the instructor of this calculation part of the course was bad. I would rather say that like the entire like layout or entire organization of this entire course was bad. The design of the course was bad. Save settings and exit. This is horrible. Anyway. Edge beveler. Remove sharp corners. Create rounded edges. What is this? I don't have something like that. Maybe the chisel will be enough. Sandpaper, smooth and rough edges. Burnishing tool. So this is burnishing tool. water burnishing. Prepare the edge. Use sharp knife or rotary cutter to trim any uneven edges. Then use sandpaper, starting with coarse grain. Coarse grit, like 320. This is coarse. Okay. So I guess maybe I will try to do some tests on this piece. How about some other chisel? And then they say that the coarse grit is 320. What is this? This is 120. This is 80, 80, 180. This is 410. So, I guess this will be good. Wait, this is not 410. No, this is 150. Yeah, this is quite confusing because there is 150 in here, but there are also a couple of 410s. But yeah, this is definitely maybe 150. And this is that edge. Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure that this makes things better. I would say that this makes the edge rougher, not smoother. Maybe it's kind of becoming smoother. So this side is with sandpaper, and for this one, I will use just the chisel and nothing else. Maybe first I should just go straight on the edge. Maybe not. Doesn't seem to work very well. Okay, sandpaper, no sandpaper. Now let's clean the surface a bit here. The table surface. And let's see, they say to use water. A bit of water. Okay, now it does actually seem to work. So turns out stuff works out better when you do it properly. Now it does have grain, so like this way it's very smooth and this way it's kind of rough. And you can even see that the surface is becoming rougher when I go against the grain. I don't know if you can see that on camera. So now the other edge. Let's see if it does make a difference. Maybe, kind of. And I guess using the sandpaper is not a huge amount of work, so I will stick with that. But now the question is, do I want to do this on the entire length? Because I would cut off most of it anyway. I would like to see on which side there should be a buckle. I assume not on the underside. Let's see, spats, maybe, and Edwardian spats. Buckle. Looks like on the same side as the buttons. Yeah. So I guess I will have to actually try this out. Actually try this out with actual shoes. So this, okay, maybe I will show it on this side. I guess one strap like this can basically stay the same size, and I can just cut off the very end at the end after everything is finished. And the other strap I will cut off pretty soon, like right after the start. Right after the start, with just enough space to attach the buckle. Okay, so in here I want to attach this. So let's say I would use this much of a strap. And I think for now I want to leave this part on, so that I have some actual material to hold on to. It would of course be easier to do this beforehand, before attaching these straps to the rest of the spats, to the fabric, but I didn't feel like doing it right away. I wanted to leave taking care of the leather for the end. Mostly because I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to do that, how to take care of the edges. Ad starting soon. Where is the brush? I guess this one. This is nylon brush. Sanding leather is very messy. Surprisingly messy. I think it's actually messier than sanding wood. Okay, now let's try to polish this edge. Okay, I think it's kind of good, kind of acceptable. Also, maybe I should try this. So, in the middle, it will be somewhere in here. This is not the middle. Actually, maybe the smallest. The smallest would be the best. Or maybe not. Okay, I think this is fine. And yeah, back to this. Yeah, this side looks much better, so that suggests I should use a bit more water. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure because they was like on this website they were saying not to use too much water, so I overdid this and used too little. Okay, that's it, I can consider done. Now in here, this small fragment. Okay, then I guess time for a buckle, and I want to test this. And I definitely don't want to do the testing on the actual piece. So yeah, it would be somewhere in here. Something like that. I guess I have to thin this down. I definitely need something that's full width. Okay, full width. It would be this one. Is it sharp enough? Doesn't look sharp enough. So, quick sharpening, I guess. And then this drop. I need the clamps. Where are the clamps? So, back to the main task. Something like this. Even more. Now the hole. How big does it have to be? I guess super big. Looks like the biggest size in here won't even be big enough. What's going on with this tool? It's getting super hard to turn, and also it feels like this is somehow spreading apart for some reason, and it shouldn't. Okay, I guess a mallet. Okay. Oh no, it's not fixed. There is definitely something wrong with that. Maybe I should just hit this ring with a hammer to spread this a bit. And I don't have a hammer in here. So yeah, for now it will just have to be like that. Someday I will probably fix this. Okay, now in here okay, I guess the opening should be slightly bigger and also slightly more centered. But overall, I guess this approach itself is fairly good. Where do I want to back the buckle? I think somewhere in here. So I would have to thin this down, starting from here. Oh, let's take the marking gauge. Okay, the marking gauge, maybe on this part. I will measure roughly the middle. Okay, this is the middle. Maybe it's not the middle on this one. I guess finishing the edge does change the width a bit. The distance here. Let's say 2 centimeters. Do I have an owl in here? I do. So 2 centimeters. And dot in the middle. And then measure again. What was the size in here? Okay, 1 centimeter should be good. So another point in here. And I guess I have to attach this by hand, because there will be no space, or at least, yeah, no space for the machine. It's a bit too tight. Okay, I was trying to match unevenness on the top, and as a result the bottom row became more uneven. I hope this is still salvageable. So I will have some thick thread in here. And I'm not sure if I want to use this very thick needle. Yeah, this is too thick. I guess maybe just normal one. Where is the normal one? I don't think I will manage to put this thread onto this needle. And looks like I don't have other needles. There is this one, and this is also quite small. How about this? All of them are small. I will just try to force this. Or maybe there is also another option. There are those thread pulling tools. I don't have one of those. At least not in here, but I guess I can use just another piece of thread. And then put this into the loop. And pull. Looks like this is not... maybe it's gonna work. Okay, I did manage to do this. So the end can be cut off again. That won't be very easy. I broke the needle. I just completely snubbed the eye in here. Okay, that was quite unexpected. Maybe this thread is just too thick after all. Maybe I should just use normal thread. So this is the cotton thread, and now I have to find a new needle. I don't see anything bigger, so I guess one of those two. I should do this with doubled thread. I really should have done a better job of making those holes, of proper spacing. I'm quite tired of this. Maybe I should also go around the edge like this. At this point I can also cut this off. Of course. Well, I think it's good enough. It will probably hold. Maybe. Now I have to make holes in here. So I guess I have to put that on again. First change the shoe. Okay, so it would be something like that. And now I guess the main hole, the one I would use, it should be somewhere in here. Somewhere in here. And then maybe I can put a hole every like 115 millimeters or so. So it was supposed to be in here. Okay, that would be one. Then maybe every 15 millimeters. Yeah, that should be good. I think 2 centimeters would be too sparse. Not enough other adjustments. And the middle one is the one that I actually intend to use. Looks fairly good. So in that case, let's try this on again. I think it looks quite good. Maybe it's just a bit stuffy in here and the back. I guess I didn't need all of this inlay after all. But still, I think this is good. And I wouldn't be able to eliminate any kind of bulk entirely from here. So I think this is still good. How does it look when I stand up? I don't know, maybe it's not perfect. Maybe it could still use some improvements. Maybe this is still, this bump in here is a bit too big. But there are shoelaces underneath, so I don't know if I would be able to reduce this in any way. And also, maybe the final look is a matter of fabric. Maybe different fabric would create a completely different effect. For now, I guess I can cut the end off. Let's do this 15 millimeters above this point. And then 10 millimeters on the sides. Okay, so I guess this one is done completely. Fully. And then I can move on to this one. And I guess now I will just cut off the corners because it's almost time to end the stream. Cut off the sharp edges. Okay, so all of the edges are cut off. The sharp edges are cut off, and that will be it for today. Tomorrow I will prepare the strap completely, finish the strap as in here, and then I guess the both spats will be done. There is still this edge, so in here I will have to just hand stitch this lining to the outer fabric. But apart from that, I guess this will be completely done. Apart from that and some ironing. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow with some more spats making. Yeah, bye.